ED visits for COVID.
Okay.
On my way. Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. See ya. Return to dust.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Last player standing. Spike planted. Ace.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
I must stop their Reyna. Careful here. Someone's mid. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted help. Opponent killed.
Maria. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Their jet has nothing on me. I got her. Need a drop.
Can someone get this?
Let's go.
Forgive me. No. Forgive me. Need help.
Spike planted.
Many enemies A. Bomb buddy out.
Reloading.
Healer's down. Someone's A. Going up.
One enemy remaining.
Good drop.
Last player standing. Clutch.
COVID-like illnesses.
I
You
hate
have
to
the
say
Panhandle.
it, but
You did.
probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Didn't necessarily start increasing the same time, but it's a similar cycle. And I think most people think that you're going to see not just Florida, but you'll see the Sun Belt throughout, because it's not just Florida. I mean, you know.
Eliminate. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Spike is A.
Go get him.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
We will claw our way back up to the light.
Come on, let's go!
Enemy spotted mid. Rest. Enemy spotted
One
B.
enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike speed.
Wind, show me where to go.
Gun here.
You're out. Need help.
You will not kill my allies!
They will cower.
Can't use that. Reloading. Can't use that. Wall raised.
There.
One enemy remaining.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Reloading.
Commendable. Again.
Defenders win.
Come on, bro. Nothing was gonna happen any other way.
Today is a good day. The thing, don't mess with Kundalini power unless you're really, really ready. If you really want to be initiated, you really want to be willing. So
What?
Oh, you have yours. What's that? Okay.
I don't know where the questions. I don't know where the song is.
Well, will I ask you a question, the first one? Right. What is the worst thing about being young?
Well, you get lots of homework. It's also pretty. They're like in the middle, like in school, like in the middle of bad and good.
Match
What is
found.
the worst thing about being old?
Not being able to do things that you could do when you were young.
Like, you can't bend down and get stuff on the floor.
Well, I can still do that, but the problem is your body gets a bit stiff.
I know it hurts a lot when you try to
Yeah.
get down when you like. Are
That's
old.
right, yes. You might get sick more often. Hopefully
Yeah.
I don't. But that's
Yeah,
the problem.
That's pretty bad.
It is pretty bad.
The only time I went to a hospital is my mom to like get me born.
Oh, yeah. Do you wish you were old?
Maybe, like, so I was old and so I can like buy stuff for my own and have be married, but that'll be you. Do you wish you were young? Why?
Well, the problem about, the great thing about being young is you have more time. You have more time to do things. I could play games, which I did. I used to play cowboys and Indians.
Yeah, that's what I play.
Do you?
Yeah.
That's what I like about being young. I could use my imagination more.
That's a sad story. You can't do that anymore.
Well, I could be an older cowboy. I might do it yet. Will you fall in love? And what will it be like?
I don't know. Like, we'll have babies, it'll be like fun. I'll like have to change. Even though I'll have to change his diaper, it'll be fun.
Ah,
But what about if he cries?
well.
I'll just sing like Ed Sheeran to him, like,
And who do you love now? Who do you love now?
my mom.
Your mom? Your dad?
Yeah, I like my family. Did you fall in love? What was it like?
Yes, it was different for me. I fell in love late.
And did you get married?
No, unfortunately, my partner, she passed away. She died, unfortunately. That was a sad. Yeah, she got sick.
I'm gonna cry.
No, don't. No. No. These things happen, Sean. That's life. But I have very good memories. Very good memories. And you live, a lot of the time you live in your head with memories. You can remember all the good things, and that's the important thing. Well, the advice I would give to you, Sean, is you don't have to be rich to be happy. Do the things you like doing that make you feel good. Because when you're happy yourself, everybody else is happy.
Sean, do you have advice for Des?
Like, act normal. Don't be silly. Don't bully lots of people. The people I know in school, like my friend Alex in school, whenever he gets hurt, I hug him.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
And be
No
yourself.
charges left.
Last player standing.
got this.
I'm making an integrated arts video. I'm making an integrated arts video, and I'm making an integrated arts video, and I'm just taking pictures of things I find beautiful. Things that I find beautiful. Of course. So I just need you to stand there and exist of things I find beautiful. And I think you're a beautiful person. Of course. It's so awkward. It's not. Okay. Things I find beautiful. And you got a great look. You're beautiful. Just taking pictures of things I find beautiful. I find beautiful. And so yeah, I think you got a really good look. Beautiful. And I think you got a good look.
Spike down mid.
No.
One enemy remaining.
Awesome. Things I find beautiful. Things I find beautiful. What?
Just let them try it.
Yes, of course.
You better watch your ass.
You're a beautiful being, and you know it.
Shut up.
You're a beautiful being, and you know it, Zoe.
Alright, are you done then? Do you have what you need?
Why are you being like this?
Clearly you're being goofy.
Things I find beautiful. I'm taking pictures of things I find beautiful. Things I find beautiful. So yeah. Yeah. Continue to look at me.
Just to do anything?
Yeah, do anything you want.
What the fuck am I doing though?
Just look at me. Just look at me.
I kinda don't believe it.
Beautiful.
Stay down.
Things I
Last
find
player
beautiful.
standing.
Things I find beautiful. Things I find beautiful.
Spike planted.
Of course. Things I find beautiful, so. Things I find beautiful.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
No, it's completely fine. You're not bad.
Cover going out.
Dropped. Jet's grounded. Healing.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Satchel out. Reloading.
And I'm just taking pictures of things I find beautiful.
I survived the revolution. I will survive them.
Well, it's the truth. This has been such a great day.
I don't think there's anything we can do about it because he was your boyfriend.
Bomb buddy out.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Down. Who else is having a great time? Just me. I'm gutted.
Keep them out. Someone's mid. Enemy in attacker spawn.
Out of charges. Yikes.
Healer down.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A. Nice. That's sucks.
Reloading. Commendable. Again.
Come on, let's go.
Wall raised.
Bunch of guys, eh?
Enemy in attacker spawn. Rest.
Out in the garage, get it deeper.
Nailed them.
I'm putting 3 coats of poly on the top to seal a piece of crown molding up there, and I think we're in business.
All right, nice looking unit. Kids are gonna love it.
Sure are. Good place to hang their hat.
Thanks for watching. This old house
Spike
has
planted.
got a video for just about every home improvement project. So be sure to check out the others. And if you'd like what you see, click on the subscribe button. Make sure that you get our newest videos right in your feed. All right, Peter, you're already working in
player
here.
standing.
That's good.
How you doing?
And so you actually do a lot of work in concrete, don't you?
We do quite a bit of work in concrete. We do
One enemy remaining.
fire pits, bars, outside seating areas, a number of things. Lately, though, we're doing a lot of countertops.
Perfect, just what we need. And so how do we start with this countertop?
Well, this countertop, we actually got here earlier today, and we made a template of the countertops in the house. So what we do is we take this 1/4-inch Luan,
Yeah.
and we run it around the perimeter of the countertop in the kitchen. So we have the faces of the countertop, we have the walls and the sides. Everywhere that these pieces intersect, we put a bead of hot glue and we stick them together.
Okay.
When we're done with that, we label all of it so that we know what things go where. We do this for every section of the countertop in the kitchen.
All right, now we've got one of the sections here, that L-shaped section. This is the template. What's next?
Next is we're going to build a form, which is a mold for the concrete to be poured into. We're going to be building it right on top of this melamine here.
Okay.
Melamine is particle board with a thermofoil face on it. The reason why we use that is because it's smooth and waterproof.
All right.
Now, these are going to be the sides of our countertop. They're 2 inches thick. We're going to have a 2-inch thick countertop. We ripped these down earlier. And now I'm going to cut these to length.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Okay, so we have all of our side pieces of our form cut. We have our template laying here on the melamine. Now we've taken the template and it's upside down. The reason why we do that is because we want to pour our countertop upside down so that the top surface of the countertop is as smooth as upside down. Okay, so we have all of our side pieces of our form cut. We have our template laying here on the melamine. Now we've taken the template and it's upside down. The reason why we do that is because we want to pour our countertop upside down so that the top surface of the countertop is as smooth as the melamine.
Right, okay.
Now we'll put the pieces tight to the template and hot glue them together.
How long does it take for the glue to set up?
The glue sets up in just a couple minutes at all.
And this is strong enough to hold back the wet weight of the concrete?
Yeah, this will easily hold it back.
So if you have several forms to make, can you reuse any of this melamine?
We can reuse the sheet, but we can't reuse the sides because it will absorb too much water and distort it. So wherever we have an inside corner, we miter the ends so that there's no exposed particle board.
So if you were to take a butt end and put it right in there, that exposed particle board would soak up the wet concrete.
That's right.
No good.
No good at all. So once we put this together, we put a bead of silicone in here to make sure that there's no water getting into that joint.
Spike down B.
Okay, so the glue's set, so now we can take out the
Player
template.
standing.
Okay, just set this right over here.
And I'm going to run a bead of paste wax around the inside edge of the form.
I will take back what is mine.
On the edge and in the corners, we have sharp angles. We're going to fill that with silicone.
So what does the silicone do for us?
Silicone's going to do two things. It's going to waterproof the bottom of the form, and it's going to ease the edge of the countertop.
So that will round it over a little bit more?
Yeah, we'll give the countertop a nice round over.
Don't hold back.
Now we're going to take this tool, which is basically a piece of 3/8 plastic dowel cut on a 45. We use this tool to smooth out the corners. Good, now we just have to wait for the silicone to set up. So you remember that wax that I put on earlier? That's going to allow us to peel the
Spike
excess
down
silicone
A.
right off the form. So you see how easy this is?
Comes right off.
Do you think you guys can handle the rest of this?
I think so.
Sure.
All right, I'm going to go start mixing the concrete.
Reloaded.
Okay, we're going to now mix 2 batches of concrete. The first batch is going to contain sand, cement, a polymer that makes the concrete stronger, and a pigment that will give it a dark gray color. Well, that looks good.
So are we ready to pour this in the form?
Well, we're not going to pour the first batch. We're going to spray it.
Ah, okay.
I want to make sure the form is really clean, so I vacuumed it out, and now I'm going to wipe it down with acetone. This air sprayer that I'm using puts down a nice 1/4-inch layer of concrete that will give us a nice...
Spike planted.
Reloaded.
One enemy remaining.
The third one is called Pranamaya Kosha, which means the energy body. Physical body, mental body, energy body. All these 3 dimensions are physical. They are physical existence. Physical body is very gross, Mental body is subtler, energy body is even subtler, but all these three are physical. It's just like the light bulb is physical, you can see that. The electricity behind also is physical, isn't it? The wire that connects is also physical, the electrons that flow through the wire also are physical existence. So similarly, physical body, mental body, pranic body, all are physical dimensions of life. This physical dimension of life, both in all these three dimensions,
Enemy spotted mid.
carries the imprints of karma. On the body it is imprinted, on the mind it's imprinted, and on the energy it's imprinted. This karmic imprints or the karmic structure is what holds it together. Karma is the cement which holds you to the physical body. Karma is the bondage. At the same time, it's only because of karmic stuff you can hold on to the body and be here. This is where spirituality seems to be difficult, because
Last player standing.
if you try to take it away, it doesn't work. If you try to add, it doesn't work. You need to be just there. If you're just there, it's a moment.
Switching sides.
Whenever I first started streaming, the first stream that I ever had, like, I turned on my stream one time, like, you know, like 10 years ago or something, and I got no viewers because, like, nobody knew, like, who I was, right? But, like, after I did my YouTube channel, like, I remember I got, like, 1,000 or 2,000 subs, and I decided to do a stream on Twitch one day. And the first stream I ever did, I got 250 viewers. Like, a lot of people tuned in to watch the stream. And then,
One
like, I even
enemy
have a
remains.
video of it.
Flawless.
7 years ago.
Ah, meus amores.
7
we
years
live
ago. It's a
another
2-minute video.
Okay,
In
we know the drill.
2014.
Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
At long last, I'm still not sure how to feel about streaming. We'll see how this
Attackers win.
goes.
Party. Gente, as colorful as carnaval.
I'm still not sure how to feel about streaming, so we'll see how this goes. Can you imagine that? Good luck, Quentin. I wouldn't expect to get more than 50 viewers at the start, however.
Match found.
Holy fuck, and I would respond to people and everything.
What's up, y'all? It's me, your boy Asmongold, and today I've kind of got a little bit of an announcement to make, is that I'm going to start streaming. Now, a lot of you guys may have seen me do some streaming last night. A lot of people are very happy about that, and hopefully we're going to continue that trend and do that again tonight. It's not going to be like right now, probably, because I'm just making this video. I'm going to put this right up on YouTube, no real editing whatsoever, and so hopefully it won't be too shitty. But anyway, I kind of wanted to let you guys know, a lot of people want me to make a video whenever I'm starting to
2014.
stream, and this is that video. And I did do it, as I said, a little bit last night. It was fun. In terms of times, I'll probably be doing it late at night. I'll probably try and do a little bit earlier, since a lot of people kind of want to, probably more people awake during the day than at night. And so, you know, I want to have as many people as possible, you know, watching the stream, I guess you could say. But
so I was a viewer count whore ever since day one. Can you believe that? That's disgusting. Who knew? The shamelessness of that. Absolutely horrible. Viewer count Andy, wow.
You know, we'll just kind of see how it goes. I don't really know how this is gonna go. I streamed for a little while, like quite a while ago, and it went okay. I wasn't really that big of a fan of it, but that's because I didn't really have a lot to do. And last night I did, let's see, what did I do? Oh, I did ICC. I talked about raccoons in my house and how they got in my house, and then how I got them out of my house. And I think I did one other thing, and I don't even remember what that was. And so
the best thing about this is the fact that, like, nothing ever changed. Like, nothing ever, like, it was it's always been, it's been the same the whole time. Nothing's changed. Yeah, it's the same stream. Like, my idea of, like, oh, I think this will be a good stream in 2014. Hey.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that I'm gonna try to think of some better content. And
No.
My reflection is here. Do me a favor, cariño. Kill her. Still in sight.
Spike planted.
Barrier remove.
No charges. Last player standing.
One dead. Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
You know what to do. Smoke's down.
Bomb buddy out.
Spike down mid. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Walter, there's 30 million here. Can't sit here all day. The customs...
We stay until the job's done. James, we're clear. But it won't last. Any sign?
No. But there's still one last gap to check.
One enemy remaining.
Stand calm. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Okay. I'm going in. No, you won't get through with it again. That's not a problem.
You can't free dive. It's on a slope.
He's made his choice. How long's he been under?
Reloading.
2 minutes.
Spike planted.
Bullseye. Enemy spotted me.
Craig, do you have eyes on James?
No. Maybe find another one.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Now for. Scanning ahead.
Were you worried about me, Walter?
Their life, not yours.
That would suggest I cared, James.
Well, if you didn't before, you will now.
Bring it up. Bring it home.
Next cage is coming.
The Virgin of Guadalupe was a Spanish galleon, and its remains were found under Spanish jurisdiction. Mr. Moreland's assertion that the law of salvage is applicable is preposterous. This was piracy.
The Spanish claim of ownership is the only piracy here.
Sorry.
Launching smoke.
Spike down A. You should run. Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A. For you.
One enemy remaining.
My crew and I invested years in the search.
Mr. Moreland, you have provided no contract from an owner nor permission to salvage from the Spanish authorities.
Need equipment.
The cargo salvaged by the Atlantic Group is the sole property of the Spanish crown.
There's got to be something the government can do.
I like you, but I helped you at Her Majesty's pleasure.
Her Majesty's pleasure was half
No prisoners.
bounty. Now she won't see a penny.
She'll live with it. Lost. We can't step in.
Lost in court. What if...
Stop. I'm not hearing this.
You will not
weeks
kill
before
my
researchers are
allies.
granted access? How long before they realize what they have?
Still fighting.
Spike down B.
Why can't we just live our lives?
I have lived my life every day.
I mean, real life, a normal life.
One enemy remaining.
Paris. 53. No militants have climbed the Eiffel Tower.
Climbing the Eiffel Tower. That's living a normal life.
It's over, Walter.
Anyone have any splints?
You heard
I
where
may
they're
have doubted
taking
my
it.
fingers. Multiple fingers. Stay out of my home.
There they are. Enemy spotted mid. Enemy down.
Here comes the party! Bomb buddy out.
Out of here.
Reach. Okay, I got you.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
She's on site.
Spike planted.
Safety's off.
Hi. Sorry I'm late.
It's all right. Take a seat. No one else snuck in ahead of us.
You should run.
You're the first.
Excellent. This is a unique position for a 22-year-old student, but fitting for the boy genius. Bell idea. Not the best way with the oil spill problem in the Gulf of Mexico.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Yes, of course. What matters here is that it was your idea.
It's back.
I am the hunter! Out of charges.
Not the boom you hoped for.
Oh, surrounded by minha familia.
Hi.
We won't lose.
Sorry I'm late.
It's all right. Take a seat. I hope no one else snuck in ahead of us this morning.
You're the first.
Excellent. This is a unique position for a 22-year-old student, but fitting for the boy genius whose concrete bell idea helped
Embarrass them.
They're rotating to A, they're rotating to A.
Eliminate.
Spike down B.
Open up the sky!
Last player standing. One
Hey,
enemy
Omen,
remaining.
140. B main.
Revealing area.
Spike planted.
Nice.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
There. Cut him down to size.
Bomb buddy out.
A.
Enemy spotted mid. Taken out.
There's an op on your feet, Jake. They're rotating to B, I think.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Clutch.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
For you, hermanita.
You should run. Spike planted.
Quiet now.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Last round in the half.
Save nothing.
Equipment. Thanks. You know what to do.
Okay. You're inside.
The hunt begins.
One enemy remaining.
He's rotating back.
You were a boulder.
Nice.
I am a mountain. Once
Switching
more into
sides.
battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Reloading.
Hi, so what I got here is something called True Niagen, and True Niagen is one of those aging supplements that you see all over the place now. So this particular one was introduced to me by my family members. So all of my aunts and uncles who are in their 60s and 70s are taking this, and they were saying how you know, they've had some benefits in memory and also virility and energy. So I've been looking into this and sort of like experimenting with taking this. So what this actually does is it actually increases the NAD levels, and NAD is supposed to be some sort of protein regulator for DNA repair. So they market this as some sort of cellular metabolism or cellular regeneration supplement. And I've been trying it for 8+ weeks, and I would say that it has improved my memory. So if you have foggy memory or memory that lots of times you'll have a particular word at the tip of your tongue, and this helped that a lot in my sort of like short-term memory, in that I'm able to remember people's names basically, or even words or songs that are at the tip of my tongue seem to come along a little bit faster. So I've definitely noticed that. I wouldn't say it's reversed much of the aging, even though in a lot of the studies it has reversed aging in rats. Whether it actually does that for human beings is another story. So I will have those links in the description area of this video, where it's actually published by Harvard Medical School, where it has the study with the rats, but also studies within human beings and whether this NAD-inducing supplement actually works. So the bottle here, I subscribe a 90-day subscription, and it takes about it's about $40 a bottle when you do that. Otherwise, it's roughly $50. Now you see the pill here is nothing special. You do have to take this every morning with and or without food. It doesn't really matter. But once again, that my family themselves reported memory improvements as well as virility and also energy levels, vitality. So, it is worth trying for basically 90 days. It says it takes 8 weeks in a row, but I found that when I started taking this in the morning, even in the first week, I noticed that my memory was a little bit better. Now, I wanted to take it a longer term, so I've been taking it for 8 weeks just to see if there is any sort of placebo effect that happens in the early stages when you're taking it. You sort of psychologically assume that it does a lot better for you. And maybe that's your perception, but longer term, you will really see the actual results of taking the supplement here. So I just want to give you a clear picture of, what it actually is and how it is. And once again, I'll have these links in the description area of the studies and also of where I got this. And I hope this helps, and please subscribe, and thank you for watching.
Here. Here. Here.
Hi everybody, Dr. Mike here. There's a lot of talk about NAD, particularly NAD supplementation. Now, my job is to inform you about what so this is what this video is going to go through. So to begin with, NAD actually stands for nicotinamide.
Spike down, defender spawn. One enemy remaining.
Now the question is, what is it carrying? Well, it's actually carrying electrons and protons that can be utilized by the mitochondria to produce that wonderful energy that we call ATP. That's the whole purpose of it. But you need to think about it like this. NAD, biochemically, as a carrier molecule, it's actually NAD+. That's how it's floating through the body. Now, NAD+ ultimately wants to turn into something called NADH. And how does this occur? That's the next question. But before we jump into this, I need to talk to you about some really basic chemistry. Remember the periodic table where you've got hydrogen, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and so forth? Hydrogen is the first atom on the periodic table. And just so you remember, you've got hydrogen, then helium, then lithium, right? Hydrogen, number one. It's number one. It has one proton. So that's one positive charge in its core. And it has one electron, which is a negative charge flying around the outside. This is hydrogen.
Spike
right?
down
this is
A.
the atom hydrogen. Now that we've got that, one positive proton in the core, one electron that's negatively charged flying around the outside, if you want to interact with hydrogen, the only thing you can really interact with is that electron.
Last player standing.
Right. Now remember that within our body, we've got our micronutrients. Things like, we've got macronutrients, proteins, fats, and carbs, and they get broken down into their micronutrients.
One
so
enemy
let's
remaining.
Carbohydrates getting broken down into glucose. I have the spike. Remember that. Glucose. And remember the chemical structure of glucose is
30 seconds left.
C6, H12, O6, right? 6 carbons, 12 hydrogens, 6 oxygens. Now, glucose, in order for us to remember, we utilize glucose in the body to produce energy, right? So the way we do this is glucose needs to
10
undergo
seconds
something
left.
called glycolysis to produce something called pyruvate. And then pyruvate needs to enter the Krebs cycle in the mitochondria. And both of these spit out something. What they actually spit out is NADH, but we'll get there in a sec. And then the products of the Krebs cycle enter the transport chain, oxidative phosphorylation, ATP is produced. But we're starting off with glucose. Glucose wants to turn into pyruvate. So pyruvate has a chemical structure of C3H4O3. Now remember, one glucose molecule actually turns into two pyruvate molecules. So we actually have two of these. What that means is we actually have C6H8O6. Now compare that to the original glucose. What changed? Same amount of carbons, same amount of oxygens. But what was done was stolen plus hydrogen. And this is what NAD plus does. It steals hydrogen. Now what specifically is stealing from this hydrogen? And what it actually does is one NAD molecule will go to two hydrogen and steal two electrons because it can. And what it's left with is obviously going to be two protons, right? Now one of the protons it takes on board, and the other one it freely lets float throughout the solution. So it releases this free proton.
Quiet now.
Right? So this is what happens. One NAD plus steals two hydrogen, takes two electrons, one of the protons, and frees the other proton. And what you're left with is NADH. Okay? Now, when we look at glycolysis, this process of glucose to pyruvate, we produce two NADH, which means we use four hydrogen. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's the four hydrogen from going from glucose to pyruvate. It makes total sense. So we're actually producing here, we take NAD plus and we turn it into NADH. The same thing actually happens in this Krebs cycle. We also produce NADH. Now why? Why does it want to do this process? So this NADH that we're now producing, remember, it's got electrons associated with it. It's hugging these electrons and it's hugging some protons. Once it's in this mitochondria, what happens is that the NADH releases those negative electrons and releases those positive protons. And what we find, I'll move over here, and what we find is that embedded in the membrane of the mitochondria are some enzymes. And what these enzymes do is they take these electrons.
Spike down, B.
And they pass them to each other. One electron goes next enzyme. This is the electron transport chain. It's transporting electrons.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
Right here.
And as it does this,
Dr. Rhonda Patrick here. Today, I'm going to discuss a molecule that in recent years has become very relevant to the field of aging. Specifically, I'm referring to NAD and its related precursor molecules, nicotinamide riboside and nicotinamide mononucleotide, often referred to as NAD boosters, which can both be found as consumer-available supplements. Just in case you've never heard of NAD, it's probably one of the most important molecules on the planet. So important, in fact, that without it, life would cease to exist.
Spike down.
The NAD boosters, nicotinamide riboside and nicotinamide mononucleotide, at very high doses in animal studies, have been shown to improve the way multiple tissues and cell types age, including the heart and skeletal muscle, the brain, and stem cells. A couple of clinical studies have shown that nicotinamide riboside can increase NAD levels in white blood cells, which is pretty darn cool. However, there are still many open questions that need to be addressed, and I will touch on some of those concerns in this video. But the possibility that intracellular NAD levels can be increased with a supplement or several types of supplements is very interesting, if not downright exciting, for one simple reason. NAD levels decrease with age, and a decrease in NAD levels across multiple types of tissues is associated with many, and I mean many, hallmarks of aging. These hallmarks of aging include loss of proteostasis, mitochondrial dysfunction, glucose intolerance, insulin insensitivity, cellular senescence, altered epigenetics, and more. That is partly because NAD promotes DNA repair capacity, and its decline is associated with an increase in DNA-damaging reactive oxygen.
Nightmare's over.
Another reason is because NAD is required for energy
You will
production
not kill
in
my
every
ally.
tissue. For example, it's required to produce energy in the brain, in immune cells, and muscle tissue. When NAD levels decline, as they do with age, that means those tissues don't function properly like they did during youth, when energy levels were maintained. NAD is also required to activate a very important family of enzymes involved in longevity, called sirtuins. The complete answer as to why NAD levels decrease with age is still an open question, but there are a few things that we do know. Chronic inflammation and immune activation, two processes that consume NAD, tend to go up with age, and with them, our need for DNA repair, placing an immense demand on the NAD pool. Meanwhile, our ability to produce and recycle NAD also decreases with age. In this video, we're going to cover a lot of ground, but I would first like to start with an overview of NAD.
NAD has a very important role in energy metabolism.
Standing ahead.
NAD can be synthesized in the body from a variety of dietary sources, including the amino acid tryptophan, which is in tons of healthy foods like salmon, spinach, and nuts. And the three forms of niacin, which is vitamin B3, also found in foods like lean meats, legumes, veggies. These three forms of vitamin B3 include nicotinamide, also called niacinamide, nicotinic acid, and nicotinamide riboside. They are commonly referred to as niacin equivalents, but dietary sources of NAD are not the major source of NAD. The major source of NAD is through a recycling mechanism that we will discuss later. The reason for that is because our organs require such large quantities of NAD that it would be impossible to consume enough from our diet. So why do we require such large quantities of NAD? First and foremost, NAD plays a critical role in energy metabolism. Critical meaning without it, you can't make energy. NAD participates in back and forth processes of reduction and oxidation, often referred to as redox reactions. These alternating conversions of NAD's oxidized form, which is NAD, to its reduced form, NADH, leads to metabolism of glucose, fatty acids, and the formation of ATP. Since both the oxidized and reduced forms of NAD are essential for these linked sets of reactions, cells need to maintain mass concentrations of both NAD and NADH. Basically, without these molecules, not only would we cease to exist, but life on our planet would cease to exist. NAD is also a cofactor for many different important enzymes. In this context, a cofactor means something that is required for an enzyme to work. It has to bind to the enzyme, and this activates the enzyme so it can perform its function. So let's talk about a few of these enzymes. Several of these NAD-required enzymes are inside the mitochondria. And this is another way NAD participates in the generation of energy, aside from itself being a type of energy.
One enemy remaining.
It also acts as a cofactor for enzymes involved in the production of energy outside of the mitochondria. This is referred to as glycolysis. Many types of cells use glycolysis as their primary source of energy. For example, red blood cells do not have any mitochondria, so 100% of the energy they require to perform their function of delivering oxygen and other goodies to other tissues in the body comes from glycolysis. NAD plays a very important role in mitigating DNA damage. You need NAD to repair damage to DNA. That is because NAD is a cofactor for one of the most important enzymes involved in repairing DNA damage, called PARP1. The activation of PARP1 requires an enormous amount of NAD. For example, excessive DNA damage and subsequent PARP1 activation have been shown to decrease NAD levels to 20 to 30% of its normal levels. The ability to repair DNA damage is important for longevity. Lymphoblastoid cell lines established from blood samples of humans who are centenarians 100 years or older have significantly higher PARP1 activity than cell lines established from younger individuals. PARP1 activity has also been correlated with maximum lifespan for mammals. The higher the PARP1 activity, the longer the lifespan. For example, the activity of PARP1 was measured across multiple mammalian species, and the difference in PARP1 activity between the longest-lived mammals tested, which were humans, and the shortest-lived mammals tested, which were rats, was 5.
Last player standing.
Not too much of a surprise, but genomic stability, which relies on NAD in general and PARP1 specifically, may be very important for longevity. NAD is required to activate signaling proteins known as sirtuins, which are highly conserved enzymes that play roles in health span and longevity in multiple organisms. Sirtuins are linked to the regulation of a variety of metabolic processes, like the response to stress and the modulation of lifespan. The way they do this is through epigenetic regulation. Sirtuins utilize NAD to remove specific chemical structures called acetyl groups, a process called deacetylation, from cellular proteins to control the activation of genes involved in energy metabolism, autophagy, circadian rhythm, DNA repair, cell survival, and more. When cellular energy levels are low, such as during exercising, fasting, or caloric restriction, NAD levels rise, which also means the ratio of NAD to its reduced form, NADH, increases, and this serves as a sensor to switch on sirtuin expression and subsequent activity. Resveratrol, a naturally occurring compound found in red grapes and other plants, is a potent sirtuin activating compound, and its beneficial effects on health span, some of which is now showing up in human research, are thought to result from sirtuin activation. All right, so that is NAD in a nutshell. It's important stuff. Unfortunately, NAD becomes depleted across various tissues, including the brain, as we age. The brain, skeletal muscle, the heart, these are all tissues with a very high metabolic demand and thus require a lot of NAD. So what happens when you can't meet that metabolic demand? Things start to degenerate and fall apart. They don't work as well. As I mentioned before, NAD depletion has been associated with the hallmarks of aging.
As we age, the tiniest blood vessels in our bodies wither and die, reducing the blood flow to organs and tissues. Vascular aging causes many diseases: cardiovascular,
let's go write this
neurological,
war story, shall we?
muscle wasting, frailty, and even aging. Here at Harvard Medical School, we've reversed this process in mice, setting the stage for radical new therapies to help people. The new study has unraveled the cascade of interactions between blood vessels and muscles. Endothelial cells, which line the walls of blood vessels, are essential for the health and growth of the vessels. And as endothelial cells age, blood vessels begin to atrophy and die. Blood flow to many parts of the body diminishes. Organs and tissues begin to function less well. Blood vessel demise hits muscles especially hard, because muscles rely on a robust supply of blood for their function. This process can be slowed down with regular exercise, but only up to a point. Over time, even exercise fails to stave off blood vessel demise and muscle loss. The new findings have cracked the mystery behind this process. As our blood vessels age, they become deaf to the signals from exercised muscles. This actually leads to the muscle shrinking as we get older, and therefore we're less able to exercise and grow new blood vessels. A vicious cycle indeed. The two key players in the crosstalk between blood vessels and muscles are a molecule called NAD and a protein called SIRT1. NAD boosts SIRT1, which in turn enables the conversation between muscles and blood vessels.
Reloading.
But both NAD and SIRT1 decline as we age. They can no longer perform their role as the interface between the muscles and blood vessels. In our new study, we gave mice NMN, a chemical compound commonly found in the body and previously shown to boost NAD levels, which in turn boosts SIRT1. These mice had better endothelial function, blood vessel growth, and improved blood supply to their muscles. And what was most striking? These animals' capacity for exercise improved dramatically. In fact, the old mice treated with NMN had up to 80% greater exercise capacity compared with the untreated old mice. These results, I believe, can help millions of people who have lost their mobility or simply can no longer exercise, either through frailty, disability, or old age. This sets the stage for new medicines that will be able to restore blood flow in organs that have lost it, either through a heart attack, a stroke, or even in patients with dementia.
Someone's been...
Welcome, everybody. So I'm looking around. I see not that many very young people. So this talk should actually be of great interest to us. So I want to see a show of hands. How many of you would like to reach 120?
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
I got it.
Yeah.
Reloading. We're gonna win. No other option. Let's go.
I need this. Are we going to get the spike?
The following video is my experience taking something. Okay, there are some things that don't have claims that are just my own experience, but I want to make sure that I express that straightforward. That's my experience in my review of taking NMN. And if you look online, there are a lot of videos of people trying to figure out whether they should take something called NMN or NR. And these are very, very hot supplements right now, and there's good reason behind it. But me being a keto and fasting guy, I have a very vested interest in what is called NAD production and just how that works within the body. I'm going to make this very simple. I want to make it my explanation of why I started taking NMN and what I've experienced and what exactly I'm going after. So a quick kind of synopsis. Within our bodies, we have this thing called NAD, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide. And NAD is sort of like almost the precursor to energy. Without NAD, we wouldn't survive. It's very important. So over the years, what we found is that this NAD that is supposedly like a precursor to energy or an energy carrier, well, it also has very important jobs that have to do with longevity. NAD activates specific genes that allow us to repair and ultimately allow us to, well, have longevity. And what we've realized is that this NAD activates a thing called a sirtuin, and a sirtuin is just that, it's those longevity genes. Well, there were some studies where they looked at mice, and they found that if mice did not have sirtuins, they didn't really get any longevity benefits from
one enemy remaining
or anything like that. So it kind of brought this whole thing to mind, like, wait a minute, NAD might be like the key to longevity, like, could be. So we started looking at it more. And the downside is as we age, NAD declines. It's kind of a known thing. When we start looking at the research, it's pretty interesting. So my initial goal when I started taking NMN was to try to improve energy. I knew that NAD played a role with energy, and that was my goal. So let me explain something. As someone that does a lot of keto and fasting, I'm very into cellular energy. I'm very into what is called mitochondrial biogenesis. I talk about it all the time. And what that means is the mitochondria is the powerhouse inside of our cell. Okay, it processes and creates energy. If we have more mitochondria, we get more energy. And the ketogenic diet and intermittent fasting have been demonstrated to produce more mitochondria, more mitochondrial biogenesis. They do this via activating sirtuins. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. If there are supplements that can activate sirtuins, then maybe I can achieve more energy. That was sort of my short-term goal. But upon my research and upon taking it, I realized that
one enemy remaining.
It's more of a long-term goal, right? You're actually helping energy out over the long term because you're increasing your ability to make energy at a cellular level, not just immediate energy like caffeine, right? Anyhow, it explains, like, as we age, maybe this is what's happening. Maybe this is why we slow down. Hypothetically, right? I mean, if you look at the research, it actually makes sense because we do know that NAD declines as we age. So I'm thinking, okay, if I take a precursor to NAD, then maybe I can support these NAD levels and keep me feeling fresher for longer. If you think about it, NAD declines as we age. Okay, if NAD activates the longevity genes like SIRT1, then as NAD declines, we're activating less longevity genes. Another thing to factor in is that cells mutate as we get older. Like, we have a lot of mutation that occurs. As we get older, the likelihood of cells going through weird mutations is just much higher. It's a very natural thing. Well, one of the roles of NAD is to help kind of stop that a little bit. So as we get older and we have more mutations occurring, well, we're going to need more NAD to solve that problem, which leaves less NAD available to, guess what? Activate those longevity circuits. So we're kind of running into a serious issue.
Spike down,
and this could be potentially the hallmark of longevity, right? If you're watching my channel, you probably have done keto or done intermittent fasting before. Okay, and there's a reason that keto...
Gotcha. Enemy spotted mid. Smoke's down.
I've seen a couple with nicotinamide riboside, but I guess that, you know, the question is with the nicotinamide riboside, there's been a little confusion about, like, you know, whether or not nicotinamide riboside is even really getting converted into NAD inside cells in different organs other than the liver. This was this NAD flux paper that was done by Rabinowitz. Rabinowitz, thank you. Yes, that study recently published just a few months ago, looking at nicotinamide riboside and how orally, at a dose half of what typically is used in all the other nicotinamide riboside animal studies. So typically they do 400 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day. I don't remember how long duration they were doing it, but in the NAD flux study, he did 200 milligrams per kilogram body weight, which is significantly less than what all these other studies, like with Alzheimer's disease, and other studies that have shown improvements in mitochondrial function, in mitochondrial mutator mice, and also muscular dystrophy and all that. So
we use double that dose.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, this NAD flux study that showed nicotinamide riboside orally didn't form NAD in the muscle, but it did in the liver. Could have been a dose-dependent thing.
It would make sense because we've done a lot of this in mice and now in humans, and that there's a threshold that you need to cross. You need to take a certain amount to get over probably the body's clearance mechanisms. And then you get up to a level that plateaus after about 9 days. And they may have just been under that threshold, so the body was just clearing it out. But you have to seemingly overwhelm that clear out system. So that's why we do at least 400 mg per kg.
And that's with nicotinamide riboside. The question is, I mean, that's like if you talk about a human equivalent dose.
It was just clearing it out. But you have to seemingly overwhelm that clear out system. So that's why we do at least 400 mg per kg in
And that's with nicotinamide riboside. The question is, I mean, that's like if you talk about a human equivalent dose for like a 180-pound man, that's like over 2 grams a day. And it kind of leads me to my next question, which was the most recent clinical study with nicotinamide riboside, where they actually used a much higher dose than the original study that was done with Basis, the Elysium that had pterosodium in it. This dose was like 1,000 milligrams a day, and they looked at a variety of endpoints in addition to, I mean, they looked at endurance, looked at...
It was Doug Seal's study.
Yes, and there's no statistical significance in any, it raised NAD levels, but there was no statistical significance in trending improvement in the vascular system, and there was no effect on endurance, and I'm wondering again, well, if we go back to the human equivalent dose, what was given to the animals, that was still less than half. I mean, so the question becomes, is it not even making NAD in the muscle tissue at that dose, or, you know, so, which brings me to my mononucleotide, you know, like, you know, that, those studies have been done in animals at a much lower dose than 400 milligrams.
They have, yeah, so we in my lab and at the company Metro Biotech, we've been using a whole variety of different molecules and different pharmacokinetics. So there's a lot of literature that I could talk for another hour on. One of the big questions people ask me is, have you ever put NR and NMN head-to-head in a study? And we need to do a lot more of those. Typically, they're not done. And I'm unaware of it being done in humans at this point. But in mice, what we see, and for all the NR folks out there, please don't be angry, this is just data. I don't run the experiments, I just deliver the message. That at the same dose, NMN will increase endurance. And I forget what that dose was. It might have been 200 or 250.
Yeah, 200.
NMN didn't increase endurance. Sorry, NR did not increase endurance, but NMN did. We do find that for some parameters, and Matt Kaberlein, who I mentioned earlier, who works on dog aging now, doing this. So Matt also has published that comparing NR and NMN, only NMN work in his disease model, which is a mitochondrial disease, where those animals really need a boost of NAD. So one of the issues could be that NMN is a better molecule in that regard. It could be that maybe the mice just work better in humans and we need a bigger dose.
One enemy remaining.
But what I'm working on, which is not talked about a lot because it's in the commercial realm, is there's been a team of 7 chemists working on much better molecules than any of these two that I'm talking about. Super NAD boosters. And we have ones that work far better than NMN. And these are timed release. These are what we call prodrugs. And those are the ones that I'm really excited about for medicines of the future that don't just increase someone's endurance, but could actually treat diabetes and heart disease and cancer and Alzheimer's. That said, we are doing a clinical trial right now with a molecule called MIB626. MIB is just Metro Biotech. And that's a couple of clinical trials that have been done at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. Separate group from me, it's all independent. And that's just a safety study. So when I come back on your show, if I come back on your show, I may be able to tell you if we see some actual efficacy, some results. We're going to be looking in the phase 2 study at strength and endurance in the muscle of people after some NMN dosing. So we're on the verge of knowing if this is real or not for people.
Enemy spotted mid.
Someone's B. Reloaded.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted.
Bomb buddy out.
Reloading. Stim beacon down.
Here comes the party!
Damn, this is fun. Let's keep it going.
Light him up.
Someone's
enemy
mid.
spotted mid.
Huh.
Too slow.
Someone's in defender spawn. Embarrassing.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Someone's at defender spawn. Laura, I will see you again. Where will they go this time?
So we're looking at 25-hydroxy vitamin D. That's the storage form of vitamin D. And what they found was that as your levels started to drop below 50 nanograms per milliliter, we started to see an increase in SARS-CoV-2 positivity rate. A lot of these levels that we've come up with are based on the endocrinological function of vitamin D with bone metabolism. We don't know if that's the value that we need for immunological functioning or COVID, but we do have some associative studies that seem to show, at least in those studies that we talked about earlier, they looked at 190,000 people, that SARS-CoV-2 rate started to go up once
I know
levels
exactly
dropped below
where
50.
you are.
So that's an
Back in 2013, there was a meta-analysis
down
published.
A.
I don't know the author's name, but the studies dated back from the 1960s to the 2013, and it was looking at all-cause mortality in association with vitamin D blood levels. And it was found that, you know, levels somewhere between 40 to 60 or 70, like it was the lowest all-cause mortality. So like there was this sweet spot. In terms of supplementation, though, you know, it's the upper tolerable intake that's been set by the Institute of Medicine has been 4,000 IUs a day.
Last player standing.
And what about, you know, vitamin D is a
30
soluble
seconds
vitamin.
left.
What about toxicity? Safety
Yeah,
in terms-
toxicity. There was a statement that I read that said that vitamin D is probably the least toxic fat-soluble vitamin. So there was a study where this Polish guy looked at, Polish scientist looked at the Mayo
10
Clinic's
seconds left.
database, and they looked at 20,000 people, and we talked about this in the
remaining.
video that we recently published. One person had hypercalcemia out of those 20,000, and they had ranges, people supplementing anywhere from 0 to 55,000 units a day.
Last round before the
And
switch.
really just one person, and that person's vitamin D level, if I recall correctly, was up in the 200, 300 range. That's nanograms per milliliter, and that's
That's
not
hard to do.
yeah, it's
Wow.
massive.
Yeah, I remember reading a study, and I'm sure you've seen this one, where there was the long-term supplementation with 10,000 IUs a day, and it was really no toxic effect. And that was I forget how long-term it was, but
Yeah. The other thing that I've seen is that, you know, it's not a linear response curve. So as you go
One
up
enemy
in
remaining.
supplementation, it's not like your nanograms per milliliter are going to go up linearly. What we notice actually is that the first 1,000 units that you supplement causes an increase of about 4.8 to 5 nanograms per milliliter. Whereas when you get up to about 15, 20, 30,000, that each additional
Switching
1,000
sides.
goes up by about a tenth of that. So it's a non-linear relationship. It's exponential, but the reverse of exponential. As you go up higher and higher, the increment becomes less and less. It's almost like you're saturating receptors, if you will. It's probably not the case, but that's what it seems to be like.
Defenders win.
I'll never retire.
Yeah, helped Best Oil with their oil. I hope no one else snuck in ahead of us this morning.
You're the first.
Excellent. This is a unique position for a 22-year-old student, but fitting for the boy genius whose concrete bell idea helped Best Oil with their oil spill problem in the Gulf of Mexico.
The people.
Excuse me?
I wasn't helping Best Oil. I was helping the people who were left with the mess caused by Best Oil.
Yes, of course. Yes. What matters here is that it was your idea that solved the problem. You see, yours is precisely the sort of mind we're looking for.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
So what we can offer you is a $400,000 starting salary.
Corner office.
Match found.
Shares in the company.
Team working under you.
I think I sent you guys a project.
About drilling wells?
In desert areas with a relatively modest investment, you can go a long way towards eliminating the water problem in the Sahel.
Yes, of course. A magnificent project.
You never got back to me.
It's not our sector. Do you have any idea how humiliating this is for me? The 8 leading multinationals and you shit on their hospitality.
Because I don't want to follow you into the corporate hellscape of big oil. I simply told them the truth, Dad, and their interests just didn't align with my interests.
Yes, of course. Your interests. So what are those interests then?
Your main course? Bon appetit.
Look, Tom, you're an adult. You can do whatever you want in life, but you still need a real job. Save the world if that's your thing. But nothing is free, Tom. And those companies, they're offering you the opportunity of a lifetime. Don't mess it up.
This poor
Where are you
place.
going?
Just
you
gonna
used
get
to be
some fresh
so beautiful. Don't worry. I'll send you off with a bang.
Sir,
Your coat.
thank you. I didn't... Oh no, I'm good for now, actually. Yeah, I'll be back.
Spike planted.
Hi.
Hi. Hello. Hi. Do we... do you,
Just like Vietnamese sweatshops all over. Claudio Valente is curating an exhibit on Spanish romantics.
Last player standing.
You fly to Madrid tomorrow, yes?
That's why I came. I forgot to sign the official request for inspection.
Do apologize.
Niente. Allora.
That was impressive. Mexico represent.
Here. Grazie.
Prego. Have a safe trip.
Ci vediamo.
Now, the rest of you, I'm gonna...
why did you do that?
Do what?
So you stole his wallet.
I thought you did. Check your pocket. What did you do?
Okay, I may be just very boring, but I really don't want to get involved with this, okay?
Look, you can give it back to its owner. Time you found it on the floor. And remain a law-abiding citizen. Make your daddy proud. It's okay.
Listen up.
Be an accomplice.
Come with me. Spike down, C. One enemy remaining.
See that table? Wait for me there.
Along with your father's voicemails, you'll hear from several leading oil companies with increasingly rich offers.
Beer?
Don't worry about Lorraine. She can look after herself.
Oh, it's Lorraine now. Enough with this cloak and dagger nonsense. What's this game all about?
I'm Walter Moreland. I'm the owner of a salvage business. And I have a job offer.
And that's
I want
how
you
we
to help
do
me
it.
break into the vault of the most secure location in the world.
Okay, very good. Do I look like Danny Ocean? He's, I'm an engineer.
And your idea ended the Gulf crisis. Where others saw futility, you saw a solution. It's the same with my problem. I see an impossible task. You might see a way to overcome
Well,
it.
I think you probably need a safe cracker, someone who actually does this stuff.
Thieves want to rob a bank today. Use a keyboard.
Great, go and do that.
I'm not a thief.
Oh, really? How do you figure?
Well, the vault, how it works, what it is. You can't work it out. For 80 years, no one has. It's been described as a miracle of engineering, but we don't even know what that means.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Not just looking for
Spike down, B.
I don't know what the problem is.
Why the hell would you think I'd do this?
Aside from
Like
making
how I
you
don't
richer
know.
than you ever thought possible,
Ask for aid, and you shall
for the first time today, someone's got your attention. Just want to rob a bank today.
What did you do?
Okay, I may be just very boring, but I really don't want to get involved with this, okay?
Look, you can give it back to its owner. Time you found it on the floor. And remain a law-abiding citizen. Make your daddy proud. It's okay.
Or?
Be an accomplice. And come with me. See that table? Wait for me there.
One enemy remaining.
Along with your father's voicemails, you'll hear from several leading oil companies with increasingly rich offers.
Beer?
Don't worry about Lorraine. She can look after herself.
Oh, it's Lorraine now.
Burn bright.
Enough with this cloak and dagger nonsense. What's this game all about?
I'm Walter Moreland. I'm the owner of a salvage business. And I have a job offer. I want you to help me break into the vault of the most secure location in the world.
Very good. Yeah, do I look like Danny Ocean? He's I'm an engineer.
And your idea ended the Gulf crisis. Where others saw futility, you saw solution. It's the same with my problem. I see an impossible task. You might see a way to overcome
Well,
it.
I think you probably need a cracker, someone who actually does this stuff.
Thieves, when they want to rob a bank today, they use a keyboard and modem.
Great, go and do that.
I'm not a thief.
Oh, really? How do you figure?
Well, the vault, how it works, what it is.
Welcome
can't work
to
it out.
my world.
For 80 years, no one has. It's been described as a miracle of engineering, but we don't even know what that means. I need your mind, because I'm not just looking for a solution to a problem. I don't know what the problem is.
Why the hell would you think I'd do this?
Aside from making you richer than you ever thought possible, for the first time today, someone's got your attention.
Last player standing.
Your future's calling.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
Attackers win.
Here, smells like victory.
It's me. Just wanted to let you know that I'm gonna go off. I need to go away for a few days. Think a few things over.
Salida del vuelo Iberia 2100 con destino Barcelona. Señores pasajeros, embarquen por puerta número E67.
Lorraine.
Walter was right. I wasn't so sure.
Me neither.
Doris?
Yes. Honeymoon.
Honeymoon. Hombre, felicidades. Good place, Madrid, for the honeymoon.
Yes, right?
Y con el Mundial más, ya verán. Está toda la ciudad como loca con los partidos de España.
Adiós, papá, consíguenos un poco de dinero más. Adiós, papá, consíguenos un poco de dinero más. Más dinero.
I'll show you around later. They're waiting for you. Come on. The war room.
Hello.
Hey.
You are very welcome. Meet the team. In the control booth, our computer whiz, Klaus.
Hi.
Hi. On my right, James, my colleague and friend of 10 years. Planning, entry, extraction. He'll be leading the salvage.
Buenos días. Look at this beauty. Not even on the market.
3D printer?
Yeah.
Simone, acquisitions.
I'm the guy who can get things. If you need something, just tell me.
Tom, one of the world's brightest minds, and hopefully the key to our success.
He hasn't even mastered shaving, and he's gonna mastermind the infiltration.
Mastermind?
Yeah. To succeed where all others have failed takes a mastermind.
Klaus, are we in?
Yeah, we got the phone line. I can listen in, but I need an employee voicemail code to break in.
A voicemail access code lets you break into the system.
The Renaissance art genius of a virus I created breaks the system. The code just let us touch the loop.
Super smart guy, huh? Until you hear his plan to get a voicemail code.
Oh, have you got a data plan?
He calls numbers in the bank switchboard. Then, keys random 9-digit numbers, hoping to get a match.
It doesn't check one at a time. It makes 10 million attempts a day.
How many combinations are there?
1 billion.
What? Klaus, we don't have time.
Find an employee who's out of the office, call them on their mobile, pretend to be one of those automated messages telling them they've got urgent voicemail, they'll key in their passcode, you can copy it.
Come on, they won't fall for that.
It's a voicemail code, not bank details. Why wouldn't they?
Try it. Simone, you be the message.
Este es el servicio de mensajería del Banco de España. Tiene un mensaje nuevo. Para escucharlo, marque su clave después de la señal.
Moment of truth.
Well done, Tom.
Tom, that's my hack.
Yes, but he made it work. So simple.
Backing now doesn't mean you can walk later.
You'll just be walking away with less Chris's.
I just don't really know what I'm doing here.
Well, the truth is, you're not off to a bad start.
round.
Do you know who Sir Francis Drake was?
Yeah. English sailor from the 1500s, fought the Spanish Armada.
He wasn't Navy. He was a privateer.
Like a pirate.
It's a fine line. Drake resented his orders to steal Spanish treasure to fund the English crown. He stole the treasure, kept it for himself. He buried it. No one knows where. 30 years ago, I bought this letter from a backstreet antique dealer on Crete who didn't know what he had. It was written by his first mate. It concerns 3 coins Drake had engraved with the coordinates to his fortune. The coins were kept in this coffer. 30 years I've searched for that. A year ago, I found it on a shipwreck.
And that's what's locked in the bank.
Drake's motto was written on the chest. Sic parvis magna.
Great things from small things come.
Choose your agent.